let's got water, got notes. Got a sick kid in the background. Alright, we're good. This is going to start up when I select new game. The ending of the timing, we're not going to have to sit through the credits for timing on this one. It ends on clearing the final dialogue box after the final boss, so. We will get this started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Oh yeah, turbo is also not allowed in this category, so. We will be mashing a lot over the course of the game. Yeah, there's a couple of spots here where, like, if I were to, keep doing this game long term, probably under a different category. Like, if I really enjoy it to the point that I want to do a whole bunch of glitchless, for example, I'll probably add, like, point redemptions for, like, naming the character in the battalion. Just adds a few seconds there. For this one, it's not really worth it because every attempt is a PB attempt on any percent. So unlike March of the Black Queen, like, these aren't random questions. I'm always going to pick the same answers. And it's basically the top answer except for the third one. I go down to the number 3. Like March of the Black Queen, you get random tarot cards and that determines what responses you're gonna give. So if you've been watching Northrex doing his runs lately, you'd know that Griffin Bro is kind of just an unheralded meat shield, just there to take damage and protect the real workers of the run. This run, Griffin Bro gets to be like the run. He carries everything. So this is his chance to shine. And the reason for that is he's going to get, like, once it gets to level 17, it's gonna transform into an Openincus. I don't know what the actual pronunciation of that is. We'll still call him Griffin Bro because it's easier. But at that point, his wind shot goes from a single target to hitting the entire enemy formation. Which is really good. There's only so many effects in the game that hit the entire enemy formation, and that is one of them. When you get to, like, level 2 spellcasters, they get AoE effects that will hit adjacent targets. So, like, if they target the center enemy, it'll also hit, like, the middle of the sides and the front and the back. But they can also target a 2x2 square if that's how enemies are set up. But there are a few effects, including the Draconite Tomes, which was just like the ultimate spells in this game that target the entire enemy field. And a couple of character abilities will do that as well. Alright. First thing we're going to do is come into settings, battle animation off, quick exit on, and straight into 10 planes, yeah. So the quick exit there is a nice little feature where when I go into the organized screen to do army management, at any point I can just hit the left shoulder button and it'll give me an option to exit the screen, so I don't have to back all the way out, go into the menu, and then exit. And we're gonna have 33 missions in this route. We don't do any side missions, really. Like, I think the Zenobian border is an optional one, but we go there to get the champion statuette, which is basically a rare candy, and then we duplicate that and kind of cruise for a while from there. Yeah, so here Dio's just upset that Hugo decided that we were going to be leading our battalion. And Dio's like, well, I wanted to be in charge, so fight me for it. And Hugo's like, dude, chill. So initially here, we're going to change our tactics to focus on the leader. So, battle strategy leader, and then we're also going to fix the formation because it has these Amazons in the middle row, but they get an extra attack if they're in the back row. So there's no reason to have them there. Oh, come on, there we go. Extra A put. So here I'll be popping out the map. If you move the camera at all, it pauses the game while everything's moving. So, I don't... It's kind of a less interesting run to watch if you have no idea where anybody is. But here you can at least see the blue dot. That's where Magnus is. Red dots will be where enemies are. You can see blue towns are ones that we control, red are enemy towns, and green is neutral. For the most part, we're going to be just going straight to the enemy base, because that's all you have to capture to win. Altar of Resurrection there. The revive item. Now, some enemies will start moving to you when you get close. Some are going to be locked to a specific spot, or have triggers for when they begin moving. So, pretty much all of my movement over the course of the game is going to be designed around taking advantage of how individual enemy units behave so that I can avoid as many fights as possible. And like, this game introduced a fatigue mechanic. So over time, you know, your unit gets tired, and then when their stamina reaches 0, they have to stop in camp, or you have to use an item to restore stamina. If you're below a certain threshold on stamina, then like your damage, defense, and accuracy all go down. So movement has to be pretty well managed there. And terrain will play will have an effect on that. So units will tend to prefer walking along a road because you're going to get more efficient stamina usage out of that. So if you're not giving very specific instructions at ranges that will make them decide, hey, this road is more convenient at this point, then they're going to try to go to the nearest road and walk to their destination. So some of these are, especially one coming up in the next mission. There's one spot where it's like I want them to go over the end of a mountain range to avoid a fight, and it's it's really hard to get them to actually do that. I keep screwing that one up. We'll see if I get it today. Here, just a little bit of management. We're gonna basically disband everybody and then create a new unit. Oh. Perfect. Okay, army unit. Yo, Berserker in the front. Griffin in the back. Where's my sorcerer? There she is. Give her the arc one. Okay. Yeah, I really like the, I've got the Retro Fighters wireless N64 controller now, which I got right after playing Aiden Chronicles like a year ago, and I never actually used it. But like, the way that the back here, like the shape of this right here, is actually really nice, because I can like lock my finger against it for mashing, so my thumb just rapid fires Alright. So one of the lose conditions for the game is if your base gets taken over. So for the most part, we're going to be leaving somebody defending at all times. In this case, we're leaving Magnus there. Dio's group's going to go take care of this mission. There are a couple missions where there's just not enough time for enemies to reach our base, and so we won't have to defend. But for the most part, this is going to be the way that it goes. Also, playing this casually, like, the battle animations are really good. Like, it's one of my favorite parts of the game, so... There are some really cool looking spell effects. My favorite is the Tempest Draconite Tome, which just does like a hurricane lightning storm thing. It just looks awesome. But we don't pick up that tome in this one. We're going to pick up the Annihilation Draconite Tome at one point, because it's the only one you can just buy at a shop. And the Draconite Tomes are just ridiculously overpowered. Like, a lot of times when I play this casually, I just won't get the Draconite Tomes, because it just kind of makes the rest of the game free. They hit all enemies, and they just deal so much damage. It's absolutely insane. Alright, so we're gonna get a cutscene here. And then once this cutscene's over, we're gonna get the real final objective for this mission. Yeah, so basically what's going on here is we are new recruits in the Royal Palatinian Army. And we are out here to rescue the prince, who's the dude with the white hair in the middle there. Because he was captured by insurrectionists. And we're basically just here to put down the rebellion. But over the course of, the next several missions, our main character, Magnus, is kind of questioning who's really the bad guy in the situation. And ultimately we end up joining the revolution and fighting against the kingdom. And there's Raid. Raid's a jerk. We'll get to kill him later, don't you worry. That's not what I wanted. Yo, move. I want to get right around there. So getting him to actually go over the peak here is not easy. Like, every time I've done this so far in practice, he's started to go up the hill and then gone back down to go to the road instead. I think I got it far enough up this time that he'll actually continue on. Nice. Got it. Okay. And you can see that red flag down there at the bottom. That's the unit stamina. We're gonna use a couple of power fruits here. That's gonna refresh their stamina, so that they should be at full power when they reach the enemy base. So when that flag, you'll see it plenty of times when I select units over the course of the game, but when the flag is like upright and it looks like it's blowing in the wind, then they're at full power. But as soon as you hit a certain threshold, it'll like droop, and at that point, you're gonna start having combat penalties. And if it reaches 0, they're just gonna set up camp for a while. I must have been just barely out of the stamina range. Because they should have 1 on that one. Yeah. A little bit of a droop going there. Why do I keep double tapping A there? I don't want to use another power fruit here because I need all the ones that I got. So hopefully we'll just get there before they set up camp. A little bit of a time loss, but not too bad. The enemy's going to heal up a little bit since they're sitting on a town, but they're already weak. We just have to beat the leader here. So, a little bit of time lost there. Not a big deal though. It's more important to keep the item set up because we're not going to do any shopping for a little bit, so we need to make our starting items last, and having that. Not using an extra power fruit here is actually very important. Also, there's a lot of cutscenes in this game, so... if there were a way to like skip every cutscene in this game, it would probably be like a 2-hour run at most. Like, basically all of my non-Dragon Quest speedruns are like 50% dialogue. It's not intentional. I'm actually using my knee to assist with mashing through this. So I'm bouncing the controller using my middle finger so that my thumb can stay stationary and not overexert my thumb. But I'm also resting my right hand on my knee so that I'm just bouncing my foot. It's adding to the mash rate. Yeah, so this is our introduction to the Zenobians. These are actually characters from March of the Black Queen. And they are all recruitable. Whether or not they join you depends on what your Chaos Frame is doing, which is basically your reputation meter from March of the Black Queen. Except that you never get to see it until the very end of the game. Like, you have no idea what your Chaos Frame is unless you're very specifically manipulating it and tracking it. Or you just wait until the end of the game and it'll show you at like the end of the credits what your Chaos Frame was. I didn't actually need to save. I was just still mashing A, so I ended up saving there. Not necessary. Takes a few extra seconds. Yeah, so we've now technically cleared the introduction. We're getting into... So, I didn't split off the introduction into its own separate thing on the splits, because for 2 missions I was just like, whatever. I'll just count it all as Chapter 1. But we are now finally getting into, like, the actual story of the game. We've done our initial world building. And now the game begins. It's another game that, like, they just did a really good job with the music. A lot of it's basically straight out of March of the Black Queen, just updated a little bit. Alright. Take out that thumb whenever you get a chance. Just go straight there. Alright, so in here is when we're going to name our battalion. It's going to default to Blue Knights. But yeah, if I do glitchless runs, I might add a point redemption for submitting a name for the group. Now we mash start to skip the thing, mash B to bring up this menu, and end. Yeah, there are some things that I have to mash start to clear, some things B, some things A. I gotta remember what button I need to mash when. And here I'm mashing R to bring up the deploy screen. Alright, here. Oh, come on. Come on, stop snapping to that. There we go, that should do. So the trick here is, like I was saying before, like he's gonna want to follow this road all the way around to the right. So I need to get him to go a little bit off the road, and then out into the Badlands there, and then to the bridge, without ever deciding. It's more convenient to just go back to the road. Let's see. Yeah, that was a good spot. Alright. A little bit slow, but at least I didn't have to fix it. So a lot of the time saves in this game is going to be just getting these commands issued faster. Okay, so now they're injured, so instead of coming back for another fight, they're going to go to the nearest town to heal up. So they are no longer a concern. Alright, now that we are here, I will use a power fruit and new orders. And you can only submit 3 checkpoints at a time. So I can't just like say go here, 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 here. I have to do individual commands to set up the next commands. This is why we defend the base. It's an instant game over if they just walk up and nobody's there. Nancy? Yeah, so once the leader of a unit has been defeated, the unit is still out there on the world, but you'll see there's a skull above it. They'll no longer move on their own, but they will retreat away from you. Yeah, this enemy's a Valkyrie. I love using Valkyries in casual play, but we don't use them in this one. We're basically going to use Griffin Bro and an Archmage, and that's about it. Everything else is just kind of like whatever. Ooh. Should be fine. She blocked an attack, but fortunately we still had enough damage. If the Sorceress had died there, we would have had to do a second battle here. But she was barely alive and able to deliver the finishing blow. Alright. So we're coming down here. The boss at the end of this is going to give us a champion statuette. And that's a Pokemon rare candy. When you use it, you're going to increase somebody's level by 1. And in this route, we are just going to duplicate it. That's why the next split is called Being a Filthy Cheater, because we are going to cheat. And then for like the next like 20 missions or so, like it's very smooth sailing. That's why I say there's not a whole lot of RNG in this run. It's not like most runs that I do where you're underpowered for most of the run. We were very much overpowered for most of the run. Down there, to there, to there. So if I can get this positioning right for him to leave the road right after the river, then he can avoid the fight with that fencer up there. And it's not moving toward me, so it looks like I pulled it off. Good. Like, he's looping a little bit left there because of the extra waypoint, but I've had times where if I don't put that little waypoint to the left, he's gonna try to go back to the road for some reason. And then we get another fight. So this boss is actually pretty hard. Like casually, it's a very difficult boss fight, but we're set up to deal with it in 2 fights. We're gonna lose the first one, unless we, like, crit with everybody, which isn't going to happen. And then we'll finish him on the rematch. These little groups of 3 dudes are actually pretty cool. That's your basic unit that you get to start your new characters with. It's like you're gonna be able to recruit a whole bunch of... Oh, I didn't add a new waypoint when I healed up. Yeah, you get those soldiers, and for each soldier that's still alive, they get 1 soldier point after each fight. And then once they get up to, or once a unit gets up to 100 soldier points, one soldier will get upgraded to either a fighter or an Amazon, and it's going to depend on the gender of the unit leader. If you have a female unit leader, you'll get Amazon. Male unit leader, you'll get a soldier. Soldier, fighter. Fighter, yeah. You guys tired? No. But you will be, so we'll do this again. Health is okay. They just didn't deal a whole lot of damage on that first one. Okay, he's sub 50%, we should be fine. Ow. Maybe. Our Berserker might not get a second attack. Oh, we're good. We're okay. And there's our champion statuette. Alright, so we're going to use basically an underflow glitch, where we're going to throw items into a character's or unit's inventory, and then remove characters from the unit so that the maximum inventory slots go down. And it's going to get confused when it forces those items back into my stock. Yes, this is Destin, Aisha, and Saradin from March of the Black Queen. Okay. Organize. We're gonna go into items. Okay. Oh. Alright, now we're going to remove those. Back into items. Back to inventory. Item command, sell 61 of these. Oh, 61 of these. And now we have a ton of them. There's one there. Now we're going to leave the organized screen because our Berserker unlocked a new class, but you can't actually change him into it right now. You have to leave and refresh the list anytime you gain the ability to have a new class. Okay. We're gonna also get rid of Leia's unit. Wizard's gonna go to 17. That's gonna unlock the Archmage class for him, and then we're also gonna put our Griffin to 17. That's gonna get it high enough to effectively evolve after the next fight. Going to 17 on Cuervo as well. Nice name. Yeah, this is why, like, I probably won't do a ton of runs of any percent. It's just, it's a quicker run, so being able to showcase the game before putting in all the time to learn the glitchless route, this is the way to go. Plus, it does get pretty satisfying during the middle parts, but, you know. There's not a whole lot to this route. The majority of my mission notes have a single line that just says, send unit to target. It really is that simple. We'll leave and come back. Because now we have the Archmage class available. Change the leader to you. Remove you guys. Put you in the back row. Put Magnus in the back corner. And back to items. And now we're going to level 70 on the Archmage. Get comfy. Got a couple more minutes here. Yeah, so you can see there, for the back row, he has Ice Field instead of Ice Blast. Ice Field is an AoE magic hit, so instead of hitting a single target, it's going to hit adjacent squares as well. So, if you hit the back corner, it's also going to hit the two that are touching it directly. If you hit the middle, it's going to end up hitting 5 total. And if you have enemies set up in like a 2x2 square, then it can do that as well, so it can target intersections of tiles. But he's not going to be his Ice Field for most of the run. He's going to get a Draconite Tome before too long, at which point he's just going to blow up everything. Early on, he's going to be on our attack unit, while Magnus is still defending the base. But later on, we're going to get a Hawkman, who is going to be the leader of the group with the Griffin. And since both of them are flying units, they'll be able to fly over terrain and fly over walls and stuff, so they'll be very, very convenient. At which point, Dawson here is going to be defending the base. Levels to go. So, level cap's at 99, but we're not going all the way up there. We just need him to be strong enough that the few levels he's going to gain over the rest of the run give him enough power to single round the end game enemies that will be attacking the base. That's right around 70. Ten more and we're back to playing the game. Nice. Hey Dragon, how's it going? Alright, done being a cheater at 40 minutes. Well, we're done for now. After this mission and our Griffin transforms, I'm going to be pushing him all the way to 99. That'll be round 2 of cheating. But round 1 of cheating is done. Gonna take a bit of a nap before work. Well, hope that goes well for you. Man, I was so ready for this weekend. I had a mentally and emotionally exhausting week. Really needed the day off. Yeah, man, I remember working in stores and restaurants. Like, Thanksgiving week was absolutely terrible. Now, working a desk job, it's a very nice week because nothing happens. Most customers don't even work. Oh, come on. Mashing. And Dio's just freaking out. That's what he does. Dio has no chill whatsoever. Alright, so here we have 3 lose conditions. If Magnus dies, we lose. If our base gets taken over, we lose. Or if Umil's unit gets defeated, we lose. So yay, escort missions. This is actually a really frustrating mission casually, because you have no control over Umil's unit. It has certain points where it'll stop, like right here, it'll chill for a little bit. But he goes when he's ready, and it's like if you're being really thorough, sometimes he just runs off. It's pretty bad. Yeah, look at that ice field damage. Okay. Griffin Bro evolved, so now he has his AoE ability. Mission wasn't bad casually. Well, like, early on, it was pretty bad. Like, once I got to a point where I really knew what I was doing, on, like, later playthroughs, whoops, it was fine. But, like, the first time through, it's like, I want to go check all of the towns, I'm going to explore for items, things like that, and the next thing you know, he's just, like, getting himself sandwiched between 3 enemy units. Yeah, we are actually going to go pick up Troy, but we're not going to use him. We're coming here primarily to go shopping. Yeah, get used to seeing alignment down. We're gonna see that a lot. You, your alignment takes a hit if you beat up on people that are weaker than you. And we're gonna make sure that everybody's weaker than we are. I need to buy an Armit for turning Sheen into a Raven, and then just Angel Fruits and some heal packs for... Angel Fruits will be used throughout the run. Heal packs... we'll use a few of them toward the end, once we actually start getting to some difficult fights. Ba-da-da-da. Here's Troy. Troy is a great pickup early on, casually. Not use item. Stronghold commands. Alright. There we go. Da-da-da-da. Oh yeah, I need to actually use one of those. Yeah, the layout is really good, because no matter what position he gets attacked from, it's going to be the exact same formation, but yeah. Just random distribution of damage. It's just, yeah, not good. That's fair. I'm a general that only cares about reaching the objective as quickly as possible. If you need defense, well, you better hope Magnus is up to it. Yeah, Magnus is actually completely alone in his formation right now because there aren't going to be any enemy units reaching our base. It's fine, Mage is still in the back row. Alright, wizard on wizard fight. This should be totally fair, right? And it's gone. Well, if I'm playing casually, I'm more strategic and tactical. If I'm speedrunning, then I don't have time for that crap. We cheat. See, this is the one game where I will agree with you that I'm a cheater. Because it's the route. It's what we do. There it is. Speaking of cheating, as soon as this cutscene ends, we are going to cheat our Griffin all the way up to 99. Now that he's evolved, he's going to get better stat growth. Which is why we didn't want to pump him up before the fight. Well, if you want to change the kingdom, all you need is a Griffin, bro. That's all it takes. I promise. Alright. Back to the org screen. Nope. If I can menu properly, that'd be great. Oh, I need to trade. execute. Come on now. Thumbs. Okay, item commands. There we go. A luminary with hustle dance? Nice. What level are you at now? Are you like mid to upper 30s? Or did you go full king grind into the 40s? '40 and upper 30s? Nice. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to your Deathmore fight. It is such a fun boss. It's really hard, but it is a fun boss. Alright, I'm just gonna set my controller down and rotate fingers for mashing here. Protect my hand. This is the main part where it would be nice if Turbo were allowed in the category, but hey. It's not that bad. Battlemaster for Swordline? Yeah. If you do a monster tamer and you go recruit a metal battle, it can actually learn Medante, and you can have double Medante. I think in the post game there's a book that you can change somebody's class to liquid metal slime. And then anybody can learn Medante that way. Did you end up giving up completely on the Sage's Stone? You need a rank 7 of the fashion. If you were grinding inside, you're not likely to see one. It's exceptionally rare inside. If you do it outside, then there's a chance of seeing them. Oh, because you learned about Hustle Dance. That's fair. The trick to king grinding outside is save right before it, and then just run from absolutely everything that's not a metal king, and then if somebody dies, just hit the reset button and get back there as quickly as possible. That way you're not spending time actually fighting anything, and it doesn't take too long to recover from bad luck. Well, no, see, what I said before was the speedrun does solo Hassan for that, but we also have Hassan as a dragon with better gear. So he has a lot of damage resistance to the enemies that are outside at that point. So it works out a lot better. Because he's also using armor that you get from the from small metals that restores like 50-ish HP every single round of combat. So he takes less damage, he heals up at the end of the round, and then you try to run again. Yeah, the small metal gear is really, really good in 6. It's definitely worth going around collecting. Pretty Dragon Warrior 4 fans out there. Anatolu and Zytoriak are starting up a Dragon Warrior 4 NES race right now. Yeah, Speedrun gets 70 medals. But it's worth it, man. Alright. Now, back to playing the game. Pull up this multi-Twitch so I can watch this race. Nice thing about how chill this speedrun is. I can just really enjoy this Dragon Warrior 4 race. It all pays off, because we're going to be one-shotting basically everything for the majority of the game. And so now, since we, or no, we're not there yet. Once we get to mission 14? I think it's mission 14. We're going to pick up a Hawkman, at which point we're going to put Magnus with the Wizard, and our Hawkman and our Griffin are going to make a flying unit and make things even quicker. Yep, that's a me. Like, honestly, the cheating aspect of this run is the primary reason why I don't expect I'll do more than a few runs of this, just like on my own. Like, I might do some like races with Northrex, because he's looking at doing this run as well. But if I do long-term commitment to this game, it'll most likely be glitchless, which will be like 8-hour runs. But it'll feel better to do. Alright, so this is another one where no enemies are going to reach our base, so we just send Magnus with his Wizard. Or with his Griffin. We don't actually have to deploy the Wizard to protect. Yeah, a good chunk of this speedrun is just sitting there listening to good music. It's the most chill speedrun I've ever done. And I've got a few chillers. Yeah, that's why we use Griffin Bro. Hit the whole enemy field. One-shot everybody. Crowdia. I wonder if it would be faster to go north of the river. And you'd end up fighting the Hawkman anyway, and it would hurt your stamina a bit more, so it actually might not pay off. Okay, so this Hawkman is probably catching us. So yeah, so let's do a quick reorder here. Put the Griffin on the other side, so it's still in the back row. And that's the majority of the RNG in this run, is just, if an enemy is going to hit you from the side, you gotta swap your Griffin around. Whoops. Alright, so after this fight, we'll cut through the forest just to save some time. Now we'll go use that angel fruit. Yeah, so in my notes, anytime the plan is just send Magnus and the Griffin to the destination and defend with the mage, it just says plan A. And then later on, when we get the Hawkman, it changes to the point where we're sending the Hawkman and the Griffin and leaving Magnus to defend. And so at that point, I was like, it feels weird to call that plan B because it's better than plan A. So I called it plan AA. So the majority of my notes just say plan A or plan AA, and then where to use angel fruit. Very straightforward and simple run. As long as you can handle the mashing. It's a very beginner-friendly run for sure. Yeah, the main reason that I wanted to do this run is that, like the TV show. Not that kind of mash, no. This is less fun. Less fun, more painful. More exhausting. Yeah, the main reason I wanted to do this run is this was, like, the game that I played in high school. Like, because of the way the game works, where you just issue commands and then the game does most of it for you. This is what I would do when I was like doing homework and stuff. Because I would just have this game on, give some orders, do some homework until those orders were completed, and then move on, do more. And I put hundreds of hours into this game in high school. What means that word? Well, like I did like challenge runs back then, like before that was really a thing. I was trying to find really interesting like character combinations for, like, had to figure out how to manipulate the chaos frame to get like a couple of characters that you normally wouldn't be able to get at the same time. I had a lot of fun with this game. What? I used to actually have the MASH DVD collection. Man, I haven't seen that show in so long. I agree and disagree with that sentiment. Like, I agree that it really sucks having, you know, programming people to work off the clock. But from a learning standpoint, waiting a few hours after you've done something and then reinforcing it separately does have value. Being an entertaining teacher. Unfortunately, that is a rare talent. Most people just aren't entertaining whatsoever. And if you are entertaining, you can most likely land a better job than being a teacher. I think the real key would be to actually pay teachers to the point that people that are entertaining enough to get a better job find it worthwhile. Okay, a better paying job, I'll say, not necessarily a better job. There we go. Yeah, like even when I was a kid, I didn't understand how, you know, so much emphasis is put on education and how important it is that you finish school and yada 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 yada. But at the same time, teachers just were like paid like absolute garbage. It's like, it's either important or it's not. You know? It's like, if education is the key to the future, then shouldn't teachers be the highest paid people in the world? Because they're setting up everybody for their future. And instead, teachers are just kind of treated like that support class that make an RPG doable, but don't get to be a powerhouse on their own. Griffin's still on the right? Yeah, okay. Couldn't remember if I swapped him back or not. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Think he had less than teachers at George Washington High School? Yeah, I've thought about being a teacher, and it's something that, like, down the road, I could be willing to do once I've, you know, achieved financial stability. Assuming I ever achieve financial stability beforehand. It's just, it's not something... Like, you have to sacrifice so much for it, you know? It's like, it's really hard to, you know, like, have a family and be a teacher. It's not a good combination. Unless you've got somebody else that is able to, you know, make enough money to offset it, and they are also willing to do a lot of the stuff at home, because you're going to be super busy. Checking off 101. Hey, if you're good at something, never do it for free. But no, like, I would definitely be like a math or a science teacher. High school physics could be fun. It was a while back, like one of the career paths that I considered was physicist, but I ultimately decided that the places I was going to have to move to actually use that degree weren't places I wanted to be. So now I'm in tech. May or may not have been like 10 years ago. Everybody assumed tech jobs are like the safest jobs ever because everybody needs tech people. And now it's just like, it's not that safe anymore. That would be a really interesting elective in college. Lots of disclaimers on that one. Lots of waivers. Am I done cheating? Mostly. I will throw a few onto the Hawkman when we recruit him, just so that we can make him a Raven. But at that point, we're done actively cheating, and then we're just kind of coasting off of the previous cheating for the rest of the game. An elective that was simply playing video games? The hell? What are you talking about, man? When we were in high school, like, video games were still treated like a disease. How the hell did your high school have that? Class I would have wanted. I had a current events class, and the teacher was like, I don't know what this class is supposed to be, and it was kind of forced on me, so we're just gonna watch movies for the semester. So I guess that kind of turned into a video game class, because I would sit in the back with my Game Boy. Six-week periods and the last 3 days was elective. Interesting. Oop. Too much A-mashing. Hey look, it's an ogre in an ogre battle game. Yeah. I don't remember, did ogres ever show up in March of the Black Queen? It's been a long time since I've seen a non-speedrun of it. I don't remember if there were like side missions that had ogres. But I don't think there were any on the core missions. You never made it that far? That's true. You did not. Coming off of Aiden Chronicles, the miss problem was too much to handle. I understand. Even though I overcame the miss problem. I definitely understand. I did not cheat! I didn't cheat! You cheated! You got the cheat code weapon. I did not cheat. Everything happened on stream. You can go watch every VOD. Everything's above board on that playthrough. claw. Yeah, I just wish that I had figured out earlier in the run that that you could multi-class. Because it would have been nice to throw Thief on everybody for backstab very early on. Keelan crashed my game. I never used her. Some menace. Good sword. Casts lightning from the back row. We're not going to use it. Like, Magnus is eventually going to automatically upgrade to a boulder sword. That's as good as his weaponry is going to get. He does not matter for this run. Like, he matters at the very beginning, but like, once you cheat, Magnus is done, basically. I said Alba. Alright, so here we're going to buy the Annihilation Tome. And our Archmage is going to be completely unstoppable at that point. I mean, he already is. But, like, nothing is ever going to survive round 1. Rarely survive action 1, because he's almost always going to go first. Yeah, when I play casually, I do not get the Draconite Tomes. Ever played King of Fighters Maximum? I haven't played King of Fighters anything. Do. So you gotta remember, my gaming catalog was extremely limited. Because growing up, my parents were very anti-video game. Almost every game that I got, I had to save up for and buy myself. It was only like within the last couple of years when my parents realized that I was actually making some side money playing video games that they were like, oh, maybe you weren't wasting your time. It's like, yeah, I told you. Makes me wonder what my life would have been like if my parents had just, like, you know, supported my hobbies early on. I'd probably be a programmer. I did some basic programming in high school, but I kind of fell out of it. I know. With some good structure and support, I probably would have stuck with it. First theme was Infectious Love, which came from Maximum Impact. Nice. I've never had a theme. Partially because I didn't wrestle. I was a scrawny little kid. Like, I never would have survived wrestling. Football's fine because the quarterback isn't allowed to get hit. Baseball's fine because there is no impact there. Pitcher first base for that. I was actually a goalkeeper in soccer, which is, you know, probably, you know, like, it's one of the more physical positions sometimes. But I was so small that, like, my coaches were always just like, you can't be the goalkeeper, you're too small. And then, like, toward the end of the season one year, our goalkeeper was sick, and I was just like, just let me do it. And the coach put me in, and we shut out one of the best teams in our league on that game. And I was just like, and guess what? Next year I was the goalkeeper from day one. Oh, your stream's theme. Okay. We've captured the town. Shop. What? Book of Annihilation. And now we go in. Oh yeah, I forgot to angel fruit. Don't need you guys falling asleep on us. Chug your caffeine. Hey, when I play casually, I don't use Draconite Tones. Okay. I use limited Draconite Tones. Like, I'll use Tempest at least once just because I love the animation. But I don't use it for actual progression or anything. He dropped an S word. Yeah, this game was very refreshing in high school. I was just like, wow, they're actually talking like real people. These aren't all Disney villains. Good fight, Caduceus. Good fight. Yeah, so the CRT TV that I had back in high school was so fuzzy that I thought his name was Godesius. I didn't realize it was an L. It looked like an I. Oh, we almost got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on chapter 1. Yay! No, I don't need to save. Jeez. Alright, here we're getting introduced to Baldwin. He's gonna be around for the rest of the game. A bit of a jerk, just like everybody. Here we get Mary. On today's episode of Cutscene 64. Come on. Yeah, so this is the same map that we did before, back when we were still actually using Dio. Same movement. We're gonna try to cut that corner there. Hopefully I don't have issues with the cursor snapping back to itself. I'm gonna put this a little bit lower. That should fix it. Don't have to deploy Dawson here. Nobody's gonna get to our base in time. Almost dropped my controller. Okay. I thought Magnus was about to piss me off by going all the way around. Right at the strike zone is actually spot on when he pitched. They cut off a third of the strike zone on the right side of the plate. That's pretty messed up. What kind of rule change would you do? Overmashing. Oh, okay. That was barely a frontal assault. I thought that Griffin was going to end up in the front row. Oh, just ego rule adjustments. That makes sense. Would you initially adjust your ego going into the next season, or would you just let that sort itself out over time? Alright, this guy's gonna get us from the right for sure. Alright, so I gotta remember Griffin is on the left now. It's like the only thing you really have to keep track of long term for this run is where your Griffin is. Because it's going to change based on RNG, just if you're getting attacked from the left or right, which isn't going to be the same every single playthrough. Unless you have like pixel perfect exact movement every single time. Which is very difficult to do on any N64 game. Gotta make sure it's always in the back row so that it can do its AoE attack. Can you mask? Alright, so before the next mission, we're going to refill Angel Fruit and equip Annihilation on Dawson. Not boosting your ego from the Reaper series. Okay. Seems fair. do still want one heal pack for later. Equip. Annihilation. I just think it's funny that of all the things that have changed between SMB 3 and 4, the fact that the Reapers are still our rival is awesome. And we don't have the underworld to help, yeah. Using an army of Pinocchios. How's it going, Gromora? Unfortunately, Dollmaster is not quite good enough. We just break the game, that's all. Yeah, they ended up just, like, absolutely killing it. It's fitting that they ended up winning all of it. Use fruit heat. And this Hawkman's actually gonna fall asleep before he catches us. Because he's slowly closing here. And then he just goes to sleep. Like right about the time we reach the bridge. Good night. And Annihilation. First time we get to see it. The animation on that's pretty good. Too bad we turn off animations. Power of naps is the ultimate power. It's true. Everything hinges on nap time. Or angel fruit. I do not recommend attacking my base. It will not end well for you. Dawson is angry. Chocolate covered espresso beans? I believe it. We just need a ROM hack that replaces it with a Red Bull. Okay, left side is good here, because this is... Oh, okay. Depending on how Magnus moves there, sometimes you end up getting into this group side by side, so neither group is actually facing the other. But Magnus rotated just enough for it to consider that it was a frontal assault. Angel Doze held off an entire legion by herself. Dawson's gonna do that later. There's one mission where like 3 legions assault you like right off the bat, and he's just gonna delete them. It's great. Hello, Raid. I promised you guys we would kill Raid eventually. Difference is you didn't cheat. Yeah, well, I did. Actually, wait, no. I'm gonna use the same argument that you used for the sword in Aiden Chronicles. I didn't do anything outside of the game, therefore it's not cheating. I need to worry about alignment? No, not for this one. This one is just finish the game, and our Evolved Griffin here is basically going to do all of the work for us. Hey, if the defense works for you, it works for me. Yeah, murder percent. I'm looking at potentially doing glitchless down the road. Come on. That run is about twice as long, if not more, because you don't duplicate champion statuettes. But it would definitely be a more fun run. This is a very relaxing run, but it's not particularly exciting. I can admit that much. So I don't see myself doing more than a few runs on any percent, but I will probably begin routing glitchless at some point in the future. I'm not done with Dragon Quest II yet, so I'll still be getting back there pretty soon. And I do have some other games that I want to work on. I don't know at what point I'll look at doing glitchless OB64. But it'll probably happen at some point. That one might involve some alignment and Chaos Frame stuff for getting specific characters. I can't imagine that it wouldn't. Nah, it's still in the game. See, now you're changing your definition of what's not cheating, because your argument before was that it was something in the game. So I'm going with that definition, because it suits my needs. I feel like we're gonna need a clip. You're gonna have to go look through your Aiden Chronicles VODs and find that clip to prove it, because I'm pretty sure I remember you saying it's in the game. Oh. And technically, this glitch was also programmed by the devs. It doesn't necessarily have to be intentionally programmed by the devs, but bugs are programmed by the devs. So, still counts. Good job, Magnus. You did damage. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, right about here we'll go ahead and... yeah, angel fruit. That should be more than enough to get all the way to our destination. Da, 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 da. Brat. His name is Brat. Or Brat. Not sure which is worse. It's like, what's your name? Bratwurst. What's yours? Boom. Balder Mace. Hey, we can make a priest soon. Not going to. But we can. Blue dot has almost made it to the red dot. There we go. Hey, look, it's Dad. Do-do-do. Okay, single phone ring, that's interesting. Look how strong I am, Dad. Are you proud of me? Oh my god. Alright, so in Mission 14, Visitors from the West, we're actually going to be picking up Sheen, the Hawkman, and then turning him into a Raven, and then we'll have our flying unit. And that'll be the last significant change to the run. At that point, basically everything is defend with Magnus and Sheen. Okay. The underflow glitch is actually programmed into the game. Done. I'm glad we're in agreement. Filthy, filthy cheater. Alright, skip the side missions, we don't need them. Need to hit start to clear those sooner. I keep forgetting. Like, those title cards are completely skippable. As soon as they start fading in, once you hit start, they fade out instead of immediately clearing. So the longer you wait, like, you actually spend twice as much time in there as you normally would. Alright. Magnus is gonna go across the river. I'm gonna try to skip some of the road. not moving, Dawson. I want you to go here. And there. And there. It should cut out that entire segment of the road. And once he crosses the river, we use the angel fruit. Hey, power fruit. We don't need that. It's Vad. So you can actually recruit this guy under the correct circumstances. I don't remember off the top of my head what they are, but he's got a special attack from the back row. It just does a ton of damage. Pretty cool. This is a speedrun. We kill all of our potential friends. We don't recruit them. One exception. We will recruit Sheen, because Sheen is awesome. But really the only thing that makes him awesome is that he flies. His power is going to be useful in like 2 fights over the course of the game. We're not even going to fully level him up, we're just going to get him to the point where he can survive. But having a unit where all of the characters in it are flying units will allow it to like fly over rivers and mountains and walls and such. Can I get a ferry? No. This route doesn't do any wild recruiting. There are ways to like manipulate encounters. It's not very easy. I've looked into it. Glitchless will almost certainly involve that. I feel like you could skip Sheen and save a little bit of time potentially if you can like 100% manipulate a Hawkman encounter on like one of the early missions. But this run is more just get one done. I'm not looking to like push for world record on this route or anything like that. Oh yeah, fairies are pretty good. I mean, buffing up your characters, healing them a little bit. It's a good deal. Alright, that should be enough to get them all the way to the end. See, what I always liked doing was using, what was it, Love and Peace, the item that lets you steal an enemy from a leaderless unit, to try to get like ogres and stuff. That was always cool, just getting characters that you can't get otherwise. Oh, for training. Wasn't there... I feel like there was a penalty for training too much, but I might just be thinking of... I think it was just Knights of Lotus. You got the what was it, the Don Quixote emblem that just like impacted your mental gauge or something. Time to die, Raid. See you in hell. Yeah, I think the weirdest thing about training in OB64 is that's where your like the extra Pedras are locked. And I don't think there was anything that ever directs you toward that or which locations you can get it from. So figuring that out like in the pre-useful internet days was like, I don't know how I did it. I don't know. I didn't know anybody else that played this game. I know at one point I had the strategy guide for this game, but I don't recall if it directly stated where and how to get the Pedras. It might just be something that I eventually found, like got really lucky to find on the early internet. Well, you don't need them, no, but they're cool to have. You don't need much. This run's gonna prove it. Hey, I only have one level 99 character that I cheated to get. I stopped the other one at level 70. It's totally different. Totally different. Ba-da-da-da. Yeah, it turns out level 99 with a Draconite Tome is complete overkill. 70's good enough. I need to check to see, because like I know some of the damage lines during the last couple of missions are very tight with that. I need to see if there's like a certain intelligence like checkpoint that I'm looking for, so that I can stop at level 69 just for the memes. Urn of Chaos. That Urn of Chaos was my most duplicated item back in the day, because manipulating a character's alignment for class changing was just absolute pure frustration. So I would always duplicate the alignment changing items. See, he's not level 99. Play more. Not gonna use it. Oh. I was expecting to clear an item, and it didn't drop an item. That's nice. 2 fights in a row that didn't drop an item. That's fairly uncommon. It's faster. That's nice. I don't need these items. Alright, so here we're going to pick up Sheen. Sheen just wants to be happy and pick up chicks, and that's not a joke. That's just who he is. So we're gonna bring him along. And then after the events of the game, we're gonna go off together and pick up chicks. You could say he's the ultimate wingman. I'll see myself out. Goblet of Destiny. Do 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 do. Hello, Robert. Prepare to die. Ice Blade. Nice weapon. Not gonna use it. Happy 2 hours, everybody. Alright, so we're gonna have a brief mini cheating segment here. We're gonna get Sheen up to level 28 after turning him into a Raven. That'll make him strong enough to survive all the way through the end game. He still might die on the first Danica fight, but we'll be carrying an Altar of Resurrection just in case. Add character. Change his class to a Raven. And did I have to level him up once first? Is that what that is? Oh, I don't have I have the armlet. I don't think I got the drop. I think that's what it is. I didn't get the weapon drop. Well, that's unfortunate. Ooh. Where do I get that weapon? It normally drops from one of the enemies in like mission 3. Where do I get the Boulder Axe? That doesn't say where it is. We can get one here. Well, this is a free time save later. I believe this is the shop, right? No, it's not. Okay. Schaeferville. Okay. Eh. Come on, controls. Alright, so I'll have to make a note here to stop by and purchase there if the one didn't drop in the early mission. That's good information to have. That did not happen in any of my practice. Okay. English leader. Items. Then we're going to swap the mage and the griffin. We're just going to level 28 on this one. Alright. Gonna refill those angel fruits now. Actually, I know we're gonna swap first. Griffin Row is on the right now. Oh. Alright, well. Start. Which mission? My axe, if it didn't drop. There we go. Notes updated. Yeah, so now this gets a little bit easier because I don't have to deploy the support team and then back out of the menu, because Magnus is going to be the defense now. So I'm just immediately in the movement menu for my offensive unit now. Griffin's on the right, right? Yes, okay. I always question it. As soon as I get into my first side attack, I'm just like, I put him on the right, didn't I? Sure did. Nice. These guys just barely survive. Single-digit survival. How rude. Kalashi. Yeah, so this group doesn't always actually catch up to Sheen. Sometimes they rotate a little bit slow and don't quite get there. So there's a little bit of RNG in whether or not you save the time of getting into a fight here. Potentially more. Okay, no, they didn't. We low rolled a little bit on this Griffin. His damage is slightly under. We're almost to the point where it's pretty common to have 2-round fights anyway. But usually get another mission or two where it goes quickly. Not that big of a deal. Urn of Chaos. Dun, 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 dun. Ravens just look cool. I like the dark wings, the dark green. Pew. It's the second time I obliterated my dad with a single ability. Okay. 2 hours and 10 minutes, get through chapter 2. Not too bad. I expect this to take a little over 4 hours, so we're well on pace. And Dad's dead. So there is a route through the game where you can actually recruit Ankaseth. It's actually kind of cool that there's so many different outcomes for so many characters in this game. Ah. Wonder if it's faster to say no and then yes, or just mash through and actually save it. If anything, it's probably like 1 second difference. Which, in a game, in a category that's almost exclusively execution, does make a difference. But as we've seen, RNG does play a little bit of a role, like not getting the Balder Axe to drop. The good news is we pass right by the town where I bought it during a mission, so it would take no effort to just go buy it if it doesn't drop. I just have to pay attention to that in the future. I think it's the encounter right after the bridge on mission 3 or 4 that it drops. Alright. I used one extra fruit, so I'm gonna go into the organized stream before we deploy. Because I am gonna need one for this mission. Nope, not dispatch yet. Oh, no, I did refill. I didn't remember doing that. Never mind, we were good. I might need to readjust this a little bit when we get around the forest. But I'm gonna have to use angel fruit there anyway. Basically, I just want to dodge the legions to the north and south, and then there is an encounter that he might path over the town for here. So, once I go up for the angel fruit, I'll probably just redirect him to the road. Or at least just a little bit north of the town. Glamdring. That'll do. Cool. Jingasa. Yeah, we're faster. We're good. Gave just enough range outside of there to avoid that fight. Eugene. This is a really interesting spelling of Eugene, by the way. U-J-E-A-N-E. So I've got 2 fruits left, which is good, so I don't need to refill on this fight, so I'll refill before 18. There's Europia. We love her, but we're not gonna get her. Look at that. I remember to spam start here to skip the splash screen. Woo! Da-da. Alright, so here we're just gonna let Sheen camp, because he's not gonna be on screen when that runs out. And then we'll just immediately use the angel fruits and break camp. Because every time you move the camera, the clock pauses and everybody stops moving until the camera stops moving. So, you know, minimal camera movement in this run, because it's just purely a time loss. Stone sword. Cool weapon. Not gonna use it. Cup of life. Alright, so Shin's gonna camp shortly after these 2 fights here. That's gonna pull our camera over to him when it does the camp report. Oh, Yomogi you. Don't have a fencer? Can't use it? Alright. Use up one of these for now. Oh, break camp. I think he automatically resumes after. Yeah, he does. I didn't have to issue that command again. And then right before the moss, we'll use another angel fruit. Oh boy. One of my neighbors has heavy bass going right now, so my apologies if that gets picked up by the mic. It's currently vibrating my office. Alright, I'll get a Sheen. Angel Root. And that's it. Mission's done. Now we wait. My notes have a comma instead of a period on this one. What? Must fix. Hey, Zaitoria. Sorry about your Dragon Warrior 4 issues there. How were you doing before the laptop crash? I've been looking over off and on, but I don't know. I hadn't looked in a while, so I don't know where exactly you lost it. I saw you had finished chapter 1. Not a great run. Yeah, it was like a 43-minute chapter 1 or something, right? It's not ideal. But it's faster than your chapter 1 in our race, so it could be worse. And you came back from that one going into chapter 5, so. Chameleon round 2. Ooh. You never want to hear that one. Thanks a lot for the resub, I appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys had started earlier, I might have joined. But would have ended a bit late, unless I got world record, which, you know, that'd be awesome. But who goes for a world record in a casual race, really? I've definitely never been close to a world record in a race. Not once. Oh, first attempt but second turn. Okay. Okay. That's better. I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever died on Chameleon Humanoid before. Alright, do need to refill. So this is one where there's a couple of fights that are going to come in from the side, so I need to pay attention to where my Griffin is located. I believe he's on the left right now. No, he's on the right. He's on the right, okay. Yeah, I think he's on the right. So I'll have to reorganize before the first side attack from the right comes in. Laptop battery, oh. Wonder if it's just like you were doing stuff that used a little more power than it was charging. I've had that happen before. But here's Meridia. What? She's a siren, super powerful. Not gonna use her. Just like everything else in this game. Really good thing here, not gonna use it. Yeah, Zytoriak, I was telling Northrex he was gonna really like the way this speedrun goes, because in March of the Black Queen, the Griffin in your party is used as a meat shield and nothing more, but he completely carries the run in this game. Yeah. I don't know why I was using the D-pad to move that instead of the thumbstick, but it was a mistake. Yeah, more control with the stick. Cool. Electric shield. Wow, it considered that a front attack? Okay, sure. I was late on hitting the button and then got lucky. Alright. Well, we don't have to do any menuing there, because the next one's going to come in from the left. One of the best tactics style games. You never played it? It's definitely very complicated, but it's very fun. Like this was my game in high school. Like I played it for hundreds of hours in high school. I'm gonna fruit here. Hey, I like Bread 19. Very much agree. Great game. Probably my favorite game on the N64. It's right up there with Jet Force Gemini. Which, the only reason Jet Force Gemini isn't a better game in my opinion is the revelation toward the end that you have to have rescued all of the tribals. It's just like, oh god, I have to go backtrack now. Hey, Aiden Chronicles was fun. I'm never gonna say that Aiden Chronicles is the best game on the N64, but I thoroughly enjoy Aiden Chronicles. Even with all of its flaws. Alright, so we'll use another Angel Fruit up toward the mountains to the north. It's okay to be tired for this boss fight, we're still gonna obliterate them. But it's not worth using a third Angel Fruit. Glasses, would you adjust properly, please? Alright, that should be good enough. Let's go! Wait, that's the wrong game. I feel like I need to rename Magnus Mario for a playthrough of this. Just so that every time he says let's go, it makes sense. Or we take turns speedrunning every N64 RPG. Well, the good news is it's only 5 games. The question is, who's gonna do Quest? Because neither of us have learned that one yet. How's it going, Countess? looking into it a few months ago. It's been one of those games on my to-do list for a while, but I have a lot of games on that list. Who knows, maybe 2024 will get the Great Quest 64 Wars as the continuation of the Monsters 2 Wars. Paper Mario is actually on my to-do list for a first playthrough, because I never played it. After which, I may end up doing speedruns of it. I should probably do Paper Mario pretty soon. It's one of those ones that's been sitting on that to-do list for a very, very long time. For the marathon. Well, definitely. Just do a blind playthrough race. There's no way that could take nearly as long as the Seagull segment Grand Dragon % race, right? Okay, should still have one. Yeah, I still have the 3 left. Alright. So this one, we're going to put a checkpoint at the town right before the target. Just for positioning purposes, and this gives me a spot to look at for when to use my angel fruit. Sounds like somebody lit a candle. Da, 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 da. Ah, it's a ghost. Yeah, this game has a lot of really cool, like, special classes, too, like Angel Knights and Liches and stuff. Ooh, Procs, that's actually pretty good. That's potentially one of the weapons that I would equip on Sheen later on. It's a while before we get to a point where his weapon actually makes a difference. Or am I thinking of a different weapon? No, I'm thinking of a different one. Never mind, the Procs is the two-hander. Never mind. Never mind. I was just about to hit the button. Okay. We can quick menu back to him without moving the camera manually. Alright. But the cockatrice here is potentially terrifying if they manage to petrify somebody. I don't have a revive stone. I'm not sure where the witch's hut is here to cure that on this mission. I think it might actually be the town we just passed. keep mashing A there? I need to wait until he begins his action, then I can mash A. I don't even need to mash A, it doesn't make a difference on the combat. Just kind of keep the rhythm going, you know? Alright, so here's Bisque. He's a werewolf. Since we got here at night, he's in his werewolf form, which is stronger. Fortunately, that doesn't make a difference here. But he is also a recruitable character if you've got a low chaos frame. It's pretty fun having a werewolf in the party. Alright, mission 20. Bearer of Knowledge. I still have one more fruit. I don't need to refill here. I'll do that before 21. Going for the 4 knights? No, we've already got everybody that we're going to recruit. This route just uses the Opinicus with Sheen as the primary assault, and then an Archmage with Annihilation as my defender. So if I end up doing glitchless, I'll have to see which optional recruitable characters are worth the effort or don't take too much time out of my way to get. Could also do a recruit all Zenobians %. Put a lot of work into that one. Oh yeah, those characters are really cool. It's just slow to get them because you have to like carefully manipulate your chaos frame to be eligible for them. You have to do side missions for them and stuff. For this route, we're just doing as few missions as possible. So we're gonna skip a lot of really cool characters over the course of this run, unfortunately. Cartilaginous Order. Sounds like a bunch of softies. Gonna go up through the mountains on this one to try to bypass all of the fights, basically. Should be able to get around behind the target without their nearest defender getting to me in time. There. Should be good enough. Yeah, one great thing about this game is like missions like this, you can just like get up and walk away if you need to. You got time to like go refill water or something. Get up and stretch. It's got more breaks than Dragon Quest V. Find it out. Hit your knee on your drawer. Wrong channel, Zytoriak. You gotta hit Anatolus for that one. And there are no breaks during mirror draws. Ew. Not a particularly difficult fight, but definitely no break. That fight's really interesting, because it's like overall fairly safe compared to most Dragon Quest end bosses. But you're just constantly making decisions on reordering your party. Kusanagi. I didn't use the fruit. I was supposed to use it before he reached the forest. In my notes, if I were to read them. Alright, you don't have to hit that checkpoint now, bro. You can just go. You get a couple of Angel Knights. One of the cool special classes in this game that you have to go through a whole bunch of hidden side quest stuff to get certain items and circumstances to get one. There's also like a Lich, Princess class. Princess class takes a ton of work. I don't know how you would ever figure out how to get the princess in this game without a guide, because like there are some shops that you have to go through on specific days between certain time periods to buy items. It's like, it has to be Tuesday between 12 p.m. and 4 p.m. The Dragoon is a really cool special class that has it's got a fun side quest where you have to go fight a special dragon as well. There's just so much content in this game. It's really good. Alright, so I'm going to refill my angel fruit on this one. No, I cheat so I can't get wrecked. Jeez, come on. Ultimate power does exist. It's called napping. We discovered that one earlier. Yeah, we love Europia around here. Unfortunately, he will not be with us. Come on. Yeah, so my notes for the next 3 missions just say Plan A. Like, there's nothing special. Like, I don't even have to use angel fruits or anything. It's just go. Go and win. Oh, come on. Okay, Griffin is on the right side. There are some potential side attacks here, so need to pay attention to that. Might have to swap. That was good. Moved right to the destination. Ba-da-da-dum. Yeah, depending on your timing, that previous fight can, like, sneak around a little bit and be a side attack. But put the Griffin Bro on the right. He's in position for that anyway. Battle Fan. Awesome. Don't need it. This is some nice ogres you've got there. Be a shame if Dawson had Annihilation. Ooh, Ogre Helm. Good. That doesn't drop every time. But that's going to go on Sheen and give him a little bit more power and good defense. That's actually one of the most important random drops to get. In my opinion. Like, the weapons are good, but you're going to get a ton of weapons that are pretty close to... like, pretty close in power. The Ogre Helm is, like, just the best helmet you can get. Didn't get an item. Just casually doubling up her health and damage. No big deal. This is a nice quick one. Yeah, this is the power of having a flying unit. If you don't have a flyer, then like the optimal route to get to the destination here would be going north along the west edge of the map and then cut through the middle. Because going through the forest and the mountains is just too much stamina usage. And pretty soon we're gonna have siege missions where we're attacking a fortress with walls and everything. And in those ones, you really see the power of the flying units, because if you don't have a flyer, you have to actually go take a fight in front of a gate, and then destroy the gate, which takes time. And then walk, you know, whatever path through the next tier of the castle is. Whereas the flying units, you just fly over the walls. We make our own rules around here. Dowsing rod. So dowsing rod, if you use it, it'll automatically collect one random item on the overworld map. It was a much more useful item pre-internet, when we didn't just have a map of every single location available at our fingertips. Moving on to the last mission of Chapter 3. Pretty good pace. I mean, I've had some fairly significant... As far as time saves for this game go, I've got some fairly significant ones for future runs. Partially because the Baldur Axe didn't drop, so I had to figure out where to go buy one. And then just some bad menuing, which is to be expected. I mean, hardly an expert at this run at this point. I've done 1.5 practice runs with my notes. But I feel like a lot of the decision making when it actually matters has been pretty good. We've got the Ogre helmet, which is going to help down the road. Here we get to see the Knights of Danica, which I think just look awesome. They're basically just reskinned Dragoons, but I think they just look really cool. It would be awesome if you could actually get them as usable characters. You probably can, if you ROM hack it. But they're seen as boss enemies, so they're not acquirable by the Love and Peace item. I think it's the only thing you cannot get in the entire game. Dude, I believe there's a clip somewhere of you saying the goddess Danica Patrick, right? I believe that's how that went. With the instant regret as soon as you realized what you said. 3 seconds of a hot beat there. Go there, there, and there. Basically just want to weave between this, between the oncoming enemies and this legion here. And we may or may not fight this Black Knight. I think we're gonna outspeed him. Yeah, he's not an issue. Nice. Got there before the next enemies did. So cool. Land of Enlightenment. See our first demon here. Actually, wait, no, these are the Saturos. Demons have wings. And the axe that he's gonna give us is good enough to be the axe that we put on machine for later if we don't get a better one to drop. Happy 3 hours. On to chapter 4. Final chapter. Yeah, it's actually like really well paced. It's like 1 hour per chapter. Kind of funny. It's like they're all ending like right around their hour mark. And I saved again. King Crocus. Dun dun dun. Alright, Dragon, you have a good night. Hope it's an uneventful night for you. They've lost to the infernal aura. AKA, they've turned to the dark side. The power of the underworld has corrupted them. Alright, we're almost to the next mission, I promise. So much dialogue in this game. I understand why a lot of communities don't want to allow turbo. Like, it gives potentially, like, it's not necessarily an advantage because it opens yourself up to making different mistakes that can cost time. But, like, I do understand that, like, not everybody just has the money to get a turbo controller on top of their normal expenses to play a game. But man, would it be nice in this game. This would be a really good game for turbo, just to save your thumb. Yeah, I was doing some Dragon Quest III GBC solo hero testing the other day, and decided that I do not want to use turbo on that one. Like, it actually makes it harder to menu that game. Because B opens your menu, so you can't just, like, hold B to clear dialogue. You can't hold A, obviously, because that just interacts with the ground in front of you as soon as you're done. But unless you have just really good timing. Turbo kind of creates an extra problem for that particular game. What? I must have buffered an A there or something, because I wasn't mashing it when the fight ended. That's interesting. Fruit it up, and off we go. Ivan. Fafnir, nice. Not gonna use it. I've only said that like 17 times today. Yeah, it's funny, if the two priests in the back there go first, you actually don't fully obliterate this group. Which technically saves you time, because there's no chance of getting an item drop. Because the two priests in the back row will actually combine their heal plus, and it'll be a big heal on all of them, and somebody's going to survive round 2. So one thing I really like about this game is the magic combos. Like if you've got two casters that are going to act, you know, able to target the same enemy, and they're in the same row and all that, or I don't know. I'm pretty sure the row matters. Either way, casters are always going to be in the back row. But they can actually combine spell effects, and if you do the same spell, like the same element, it's gonna just do a more powerful version of that elemental spell. But you can also combine elements to get bonus effects and stuff. It's just really cool. It's just more depth in an already really deep game. Alright. No fruit on this mission. Fort Romulus, let's go. Alright, so after we get up to Fort Romulus here, the next mission is our introduction to the siege-type missions. And so unlike these overworld maps, it's just going to be like an interior castle. Well, interior relative to what we've got here. It's still outside. But it's pretty cool because you just get the different like tiers of fortresses and stuff. You gotta work your way through. Or you can fly over the walls. The main difference in the siege missions is that you have a time limit, which we are not going to get anywhere close to. I don't think I've ever timed out on a siege mission, even playing casually. Hope everybody likes watching the blue dot move. I never claimed this was going to be the most exciting speedrun of all time. It's still fun. Any time spent playing Ogre Battle 64 is not wasted. It's just such a good game. Oh. He's barely awake when he gets there, but Zevik sucks. We are going to obliterate him. Even without stamina. Well, ironing shirts. Yeah, I got some housekeeping stuff I need to get done after this run. Not looking forward to it. Ba-da-dum. Yeah, we put off a whole bunch of housekeeping stuff over the last week or so because we were planning on moving very soon, and that situation fell through. So now we're just like, well, crap. Now we need to catch up again. Like a lot of stuff, we were just like, oh yeah, we'll just leave it and throw stuff in boxes and yada yada. Not anymore. But it's all good. It's a little bit disappointing that we don't, that we aren't going to end up moving where we wanted to go, but, you know, life happens. We're still ending up in a better situation next year. I was able to negotiate our monthly payment here down pretty significantly, so that, at least we got a win out of the situation. The first time in my life my rent did not go up. It went down. Come on. Come on. Accept it. It's right there. Thank you. Like, you have to actually target this specific spot. But it doesn't always want to give it to you. Yeah, so here we've got this, like, this park there in the middle, a little blue square surrounded by grass. That is a spot where we can rest to heal up like a town on a normal map, but we're not going to use that. We have angel fruit. Rent on your shared 3-bedroom is $5,200. Yeah. Yeah, we're going down to 22 something for hours. Welcome back to the world of the Waking Tactical. The run's going pretty well. I learned a couple of things that can happen. So I now have workarounds for if they happen again. In particular, Sheen here needed a Baldur Axe to turn into a Raven, and normally that drops on like the 3rd or 4th mission, and I found out today it's not a guaranteed drop. So I had to figure out where to go buy that, but hey, it's just a free time save for next time. Outside of that, things are going pretty well. Main gauche. So, Bread, if you don't mind me asking, where are you that 5,200 is a shared rent? Because my area is fairly expensive, but nowhere near that. Health is fine. Yeah, don't need to heal up. Griffin is still on the right. This one might count as a frontal. It's not. Okay, but we're good. Griffin on the right keeps it in the back row. Oh, the combined is 52. Okay. That's still quite a bit for 3-bedroom. You can see the Freedom Tower across the Hudson. Well, that's pretty cool. I can see a volcano out that window. Which, people who've been around for a while know my relationship with volcanoes from various Dragon Quest games. So, why I would choose to live near one is, questionable. I'm pretty sure it's how I'm going to die someday. Alright, no, I'm near Seattle. It's Mount Rainier. I climbed it and thrown a sword into it. Not yet, but maybe this summer. We'll see. Fortunately, it hasn't erupted, but it is classified as an active volcano. And it's constantly being watched. Phew! Alright. So now we're gonna go in, restock our inventory, and equip Sheen with the best gear that I've got for him. That Ogre helm is huge. I'm really happy about that. Imagine seeing a mountain. I see nothing but mountains outside. I actually had a really cool view the other day, where it was just like, we had really low clouds, and there was a break in them, so like, you just had low clouds, and then trees at the top of like what the foothills coming out of it, and then clouds again behind it. It just looked really awesome. Like, that's one of those shots that they choose to put in movies. Alright. Getting the Celestial Hammer, you're getting Thunder Chain, and Ogre Helm, baby. Do that, and an altar. West we go. Ever been to Iowa? I have not. I've been all down the west coast, Texas, Oklahoma, and Florida. And then been to Mexico and Canada. But that's about it. I don't travel much. It's weird. Well, like Texas is very flat. So like every time I've been there, it feels awkward because I'm used to seeing hills and mountains, but it's like everything is just flat. I went to college at Washington State University, which is out in the middle of nowhere, and it's very flat out there too. So like, when I would drive home during the during the holidays, like it would be we'd have like blizzards going on, and it looked like you were just driving on a white sheet of paper with nothing but a black line leading off into the distance. Like you couldn't tell where the horizon was because the sky and the ground were the exact same color. It was pretty weird. It was a really trippy experience. If you have Nilophobia, you would not have liked that drive. Alright, so this is another one where we're gonna let Sheen camp, just so that the camera draws over to him. Because we're not gonna be looking anywhere near him when his stamina runs out. I'm getting hungry. Need to start thinking about dinner. Wasn't expecting that to be a side attack. That one actually, it might be better for that one to not be, because I don't have to worry about getting an item drop now. Boom. We are all powerful denizens of the underworld. You will bow to us. And dead. Let's see, I think it might be faster to actually quick menu over to him. Then I wouldn't have to break camp manually. Yeah, let's do that. This saves me one more menu of switching over to the break camp button. It's like a 1.5 time save right there. Nice. Huge numbers. Okay, before the boss, we're going to use another angel fruit. Just enough fatigue here. Hey, meme man. How's it going? Welcome. Everybody remembers their first time meeting Error. Did you also know that south of King's Tomb, there is a tunnel? It's true. Those are the only two things I'm allowed to say in all of my existence. Alright, so I need to refill angel fruit. Secret tunnel. It's like everybody wants to hear I am Error, but nobody ever wants to hear about the secret tunnel. It's a shame. Yeah, I also have a great picture of my son holding it when he was like 7 or 8, which perfectly lines up with the with DQ5's timeline. And his hair was messed up too, like for the picture, and that was completely unintentional, but it looks spot on. It's like one of my favorite pictures. And then for Halloween this year, I actually took it out and went trick-or-treating myself. Because normally I just steal candy from the kids, you know, over the course of the year. And I was just like, what if I just go have fun? What if I go trick-or-treating? So I grabbed the sword and I went with my own bag. And you know what? I got a pretty good haul. The only people that, like, really gave me funny looks were like the kids that were staying home handing out candy, because it was so, like, this weird thing where they're just like, aren't you supposed to give me candy? What's going on here? But it was good. I went with my daughter, so it wasn't completely weird, you know, like we were out together for it. I wasn't just by myself trick-or-treating. Should probably clarify that sooner in that story. I'd actually have to count on my daughter to break the spell. She's the one that carries the Staff of Storos. I mean, Norm McDracula. That's a really interesting combination. Like, I'm picturing the jokes. Can't say half of them on Twitch, though. Nerdy family? Pretty much, yeah. My wife's a huge Harry Potter fan. I mean, all of my mugs are like Harry Potter stuff. My son's a huge Mario fiend. I've had both of them play some Dragon Quest, but it's a different age, you know? It's like, these days, kids just aren't into turn-based RPGs. It's kind of sad. But I'm gonna be playing Jet Force Gemini with my daughter pretty soon. She's gonna be the robot flying over my shoulder with unlimited ammo. Not Lord of the Rings? No, not really. You're a hairy wizard. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, like, my son plays a lot of Minecraft, and he makes some pretty cool stuff. Like, he has, like, entire train yards of, like, very detailed steam engines that he's built in Minecraft. Crazy stuff, like, things that I would not be able to build on my own. Serious with my speedruns? Depends on the run. I do a lot of variety speedruns. There's a few that I've, like... Hey, buddy. Somebody heard... Yep. Legos too. But yeah, yeah.
I'm at Minecraft.
Oh, your Lego builds are good too.
Because I made a bus.
Yeah.
My Minecraft.
Heard me talking about him, you got excited. Oh yeah, I get very serious when Hack beats my time. You should have seen the great Dragon Warrior Monsters 2 Wars early this year. We went back and forth on world record for weeks. It's like, he would beat my time, and I just like wouldn't sleep for a couple days playing non-stop until I took it back. It was so much fun. And then, like, the best part, the absolute best part of the Monsters 2 Wars was we did a race in... No. Oh, well, that one happened offline. The last one happened online, I believe. But anyway, the great thing was we did a race in a marathon together, and we finished 5 seconds apart. It was just amazing. It was the best way that series could have ever ended. Like, even though I technically lost that race, that is my favorite playthrough of that game ever. It is better than the world record run. And it came down to the final boss fight. Because, like, we exited the fight right before the final boss. On the same frame, basically. Right with Freeland started in CV2, nice. Speedrunning is always a lot more fun when you've got somebody to collaborate and compete with. Yeah. Cowie got upset because, like, most of my PBs for Monsters 2 were offline. But the reason for that is I would always, like, it would be like midnight, and I'd be like, well, I'll start a run, and if it goes anywhere, then great. If not, then I'm going to bed. So it wasn't worth, like, putting it on stream just to stop, you know, 12 minutes later. So I had a whole bunch of offline recording PBs. But the big one, the current world record run was on stream, so I'm really happy about that. Yeah, I just did local recordings. I would always record when I was doing it off stream, just in case something happened. A lot of deleted recordings, because nothing happened. Oh heck, I don't know if you were awake for it, but Anatolu turned down 2 lamps in a row today. There's a clip now. I made sure of it. Saw the first one. Yeah, he went back. He used my strats and he named the hero lamp, and then he turned down the lamp again. He was 1 minute behind world record at the time. I was about to say, wow, you're only a minute behind, and then he said no. But yeah, I feel like I'm like semi-serious for speedrunning. It's mostly how I enjoy games. Like even when I'm doing casual playthroughs, I start thinking, like usually by halfway through, like how would I speedrun this? And I start doing like basic route notes and stuff. A lot of times I'll go back and I'll speedrun a game, you know, at least once after I've played it casually the first time. But Dragon Quest in particular is my go-to. Eventually, I'm going to do Dragon Quest 1 through 6 in a single sitting, and then I'm gonna regret that decision for the next week and a half. But it will happen. Who am I kidding? I'm probably gonna regret it a lot longer than that. Hey, Ollie Tabooger, how's it going? Nice sneeze. This mission's a little bit unique because they've got 2 boss fights. The good news is, both of them have boss rules, so as soon as the leader's dead, the fight's over. You see me speedrun CV1. Oh. Platforming is a completely different beast from what I normally do, because there's so many frame-perfect tricks that I'm not good at. Like, it takes a lot of practice. I have focus issues. Which seems a little bit weird since I mostly speedrun very long games. But, yeah, that's part of the process of honing my focus. Challenging myself to do something difficult, like pay attention. Good old wife's boyfriend jokes. Pick up the guitar and jam out? No, I don't. I haven't even picked that thing up in like 2 years. Like, it's not supposed to be there as a display for the stream background, I just have nowhere else to put it. So, it's got my slime collection on it. Like, the only thing I ever learned was the Zelda 2 temple theme. I originally got it because my daughter got a guitar from her grandpa for Christmas one year. And so I got one to, you know, so we could like learn it together. And then we both just kind of fell off of it. Focus issues run in the family. How's it going, Northrix? I'm giving you a target time for your first run. We're almost there. Yeah, we got plenty of fruit. We're good. We didn't use any on that one. You take notes? I sent you my notes. I've updated them since I sent them to you, though. Oh, I don't know if I'll get 4 runs of this route. I love this game, but this isn't an exciting route. It's not one that I'll grind, that's for sure. But there's a decent chance that I end up doing the much longer glitchless run, where I don't get to cheat my level. Legions can't be used. Oh no, whatever will I do without the Legion I don't use? Up, up, come on, there you go. Yeah, Legions are weird. Like, the only use I can see for them in any playthrough at all is combing maps for random encounters. Because you're always better just individually controlling units to, just in every situation. Having them attached to each other is just a little bit bizarre. Swamp slimes. That's my slime. There's also a slime knight there, too. It's a little dark in that corner. Yeah, it's funny. We actually have 4 of those slimes. Yeah, I got the Slime Knight because of... I've done a lot of Dragon Quest V SFC. So Pierre's a big part of my history as a speedrunner. Yeah, we've actually got 4 of these slimes, because I was gonna get one for myself, and I was just like, if I get one for myself, my wife's really gonna want one. And I was like, if I get one for just us, our daughter's really gonna want one too. Then I realized if all 3 of us had one, my son was really gonna want one. So I got 4. So we all have our own slime. You know what? It was a good investment. Slimes are never a bad idea. Whoop, not change leader. Use item. Yeah, you are. Hey, buddy. Love you.
I saw that there was ice cream in the freezer.
Yes.
Can I have ice cream?
Yes. Just have mom help you with it. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as you lost that bet, you instantly became the top gifter. Yeah, Zytoriak bet me 20 subs that... Or he dared me to use meme strats on the final boss of a Dragon Warrior 4 race and then win the race with it on the first try. And I pulled it off. So basically on the final boss, we cast Fen Spell on the boss so that our casters won't try to target him with anything, just to manipulate their AI into using buffs. And to stop Christo from using Beat. And, yeah, on my very first run, I incorrectly assumed that Fen Spell was going to default to targeting the enemy, so I just turboed through it and cast it on Ragnar instead. Which meant I couldn't buff Ragnar. It meant Christo wouldn't use Increase to buff everybody's defense because, you know, we had an immune character. And it broke the entire fight, and it turned into a 24-minute ordeal. So, did it intentionally during the race and pulled it off. That one actually went really well, because Ragnar was like, just landing that sort of lethargy like nobody's business. So that was a fun one. Like, at that point I was like an hour ahead of second place because things were just going right for me. So I was just like, I mean, if I don't win the fight, I'm still gonna win the race, probably. Oh, it was more than 3. It was like 6. Ragnar was a critting sleeping machine. That heal pack, Sheen's about to die. Oh, I also do need to use another fruit. He did out-crit Alina, yeah. But Alina had buy kill, I think. No, I didn't get any buy kills because everything got thrown off. But yeah, he definitely out-crit Alina. But she didn't spend a lot of time out there. I was trying to protect her. I think she had upper, and I was trying to protect her buffs. Whoops. I did have a really sneaky good phase 6 increase, which was pretty cool. Like, that one felt really good to pull off. Yeah. Yeah. Frey got murdered. Yeah, I handled turn 1, like, outside of casting Fen Spell on Ragnar. I handled turn 1 completely wrong. So, I got pretty lucky that it went so well, but it went like 10 minutes faster than the first Fenrag, which is just insane. It really all comes down to how many crits Ragnar was throwing out there. Yeah, I highlighted just the fight, so I could go back and enjoy Fenrag 2.0. I'm just glad, like, even it being faster was wonderful. The fact that I succeeded twice in a row, and I'm 2 for 2 with that broken strategy, quote unquote, makes me so happy. Because nobody else has pulled it off. I think only Anatolu's tried it, and it did not go well. Like, that fight collapsed instantly. A donation incentive? Oh god. Maybe. Make it a big donation incentive. See, the problem there, though, is for me to run it in a marathon, I would have to learn a marathon-safe route. And I like metal slimes.
Yeah, but it's fine.
King Yumil the Chosen. Do a race for DKRTA or Limit Break? Yeah, but those don't do incentives. Like, you'd have to do it for... I mean, like, Limit Break might, I guess. But DKRTA Marathon wouldn't be, generally doesn't have incentives on it. Yeah. DQ3 is very, very cool. Like, you mentioned during your stream today, that you've thought about playing the Super Famicom version of it. I highly recommend it. That's my preferred version of 3. It actually uses the DQ6 engine, but they improved it a bit, so the menus are much, much faster. It's actually where I started speedrunning. I technically started on Dark Souls 1, but I never put too much time into that, and I wasn't like really serious about it. But when I decided to like really get into speedrunning, Dragon Quest III Super Famicom was the first game that I picked. Ba-da-da-da-ba-da-ba. Let's restock. Alright. I do want to make sure Griffin Bro is on the left side of the formation here. There's a whole bunch of attacks that are likely to come from the right over the course of the rest of the game, so I want to preemptively put them there so that I don't get surprised off screen. However, Zlitoriak, if we ever race Dragon Warrior 4 for DQRTA Marathon, and I'm more than 20 minutes ahead of you at the end, I could be talked into doing Fender Strats. If I'm not that far ahead, though, I gotta play for the win. Ooh, what if I did it during the next community race? Like the international community race? Like, the Japanese commentary would have no idea what's happening. We kind of like when, like, Anatolu was, like, trying to get the horses with the change staff, and they're like, What is he doing? This doesn't make any sense. This isn't something that you do. A lot of time to commit. Yeah, like some of them aren't so bad. Like Dragon Warrior Monsters 2, for example, is under 2 hours. Like once you've gotten a decent amount of practice. Oh, I forgot to reorder. Oh my gosh. There we go. Dragon Quest 3, like, if you get really good at it, you know, like, you're looking around 3 hours. Dragon Quest 5, I'm consistently sub 6 hours now, which is pretty good. Dragon Quest 6, I have, like, an 8.5 hours, roughly. First run was, like, just under 10. It's a big one. Getting Monsters 3? I don't know. It's, I don't generally like the way that modern DQ has gone. Like, I'm not really a fan of DQ11. Like, I appreciate it for being a game that's, like, accessible to newcomers to the series in particular. But, like, it just feels so different from, like 2 through 6 are, like, my happy spot for Dragon Quest. 8 is really good. I've never actually played 9 because I can't hold a DS for very long. But Monsters 3, I really hope it's good, but I'm not really a fan of the scouting system, and a lot of the changes for, like, the breeding that they did with Joker are just kind of like, not really as cool to me. Like, if they had kept it... Whoops, I have to do this first. If they had kept it, like, more faithful to, like, Monsters 1 and 2 instead of the Joker's games, I feel like I'd be more excited for it. But as it currently stands, I'm kind of just like, I'll probably play it at some point, but I don't see myself committing a whole lot of time to it. Probably won't speedrun it. Over half a year to beat a Dragon Quest line. Yeah, Dragon Quest 11 is pretty big. What's really funny, though, is since I play most Dragon Quest games in Japanese, and so when I'm playing games in English, like DQ11, I get lost in the menus because I don't know what spells are called. It took me, like, 50 hours before I realized that, gosh, what was it? What did they change the name of Fenspell to? Was it... what was it? Can't even remember anymore. But, like, it took me most of the way through the game to realize I had Fenspell. Snub, yeah, that's it. I was thinking Snuff, and I was like, that ain't right. You get a lot more lost in the menus than in English. Well, it's just, like, in general, like, because in Japanese, you know, like, item names are always, like, single line in your menus and stuff, and a lot of times in English it's 2 lines, and everything just looks so busy that I get lost in the menu. I basically end up with wall of text disorder. A lot of kanji, yeah. That makes sense. All the cinematics in it total up to 24 hours. That sounds about right. Was I supposed to use another fruit somewhere? We'll find out right now. I feel like this was the mission that I used 3 fruits on. So this might be a 2-rounder, and I might have to revive Sheen. That's okay. I'm carrying an Ultra Resurrection just in case. Recognize town names? Yeah. Yeah, we're fine. 3 missions to go. God, one game that I would really like to get back to speedrunning is Final Fantasy 13. That is such a fun speedrun, but it is so much work. Like, I always think about it. Like, every other week I think, man, I should start practicing FF13 again. But it's just, oh, the time commitment just to practice it is massive. Like, it took me, like, 2 months of practice before I even did my first run. And, like, if you don't play it for, like, a week, everything is lost. Because everything is, like, timings are so specific throughout the entirety of the run. Like, movements are specific. Ability timings are specific, paradigm shifts are specific. But even with how specific all of that is, you also have to be able to adapt to specific things. And you have to adapt correctly in a very brief window. But it's one of the most rewarding feeling speedruns to complete. That I've done, at least. Like, I feel like I accomplished something finishing my first run on that. Ooh, that was nice. Quick movement there. It's like one of the best feeling things in this run is just quickly snapping to the destination. It's quite satisfying, really. So we're gonna have to see what this guy does. If he doesn't clear the bridge on his retreat here, then we might end up fighting him again. Yeah, we're gonna lose a little bit of time refight. Oh, maybe, no. If he turns off north here, we might get away with not refighting him. We caught up. Yeah, he went left like 1 pixel too far on the retreat angle, so he couldn't get out of our way in time. Lose a few seconds there. What are the big differences between glitchless and this? Well, in glitchless, you don't duplicate champion statuettes and get a level 99 archmage, or level 99 griffin and level 70 archmage. So there's a whole bunch of... You gotta take more fights for experience and stuff. I haven't looked too far into the glitchless route, but it's about twice as long. Because you're not overpowering everything by mission 7 or 5. Because any percent, you're looking right here, this Griffin Bro here carries the entire run. His Windstorm hits the entire enemy unit and 1 or 2 shots just about everything in the game. And then back home we've got a high level Archmage with a Draconite Tome that will one-shot everything in the game. Except for the final boss. If only there were a flying spellcaster, like that would change this route a bit, but That's not an option, unfortunately. Oh wait, no, we're good. I already did the inventory. Or a fly spell casted. Pretty fly for a caster guy. I believe those are the fly thropes from Dragon Warrior 4. Get another siege map here. Are you ready? Don't get yourself killed. Good advice, Hugo the Tactician. Very thorough assessment of the situation. Warning, legions cannot be used. Yeah, like one of the reasons why like copies of this game are so expensive is that we just didn't get a whole lot of cartridges even released. Like, I don't remember what the exact number was, but there's a very limited supply of Ogre Battle 64 English cartridges. Mine is somewhere in a box. I looked for it a couple years ago and I could not find it, so I'm actually playing this one on my EverDrive. But I do have a cartridge somewhere that I bought off of a friend in high school for, I think it was $10. You know, back before we knew what games were worth. Yep, and a lot of the names are inspired by Queen. So this in the back, that Azidahaka is the advanced Earth Dragon. That Earthquake ability is extremely annoying in casual playthrough, because not only does it do a lot of damage to everybody on the field, but it also lowers your power. So it's really hard to out-damage them. But with a flying unit here, they actually completely avoid it because they're not even on the ground. So we get to avoid the one really frustrating thing in this mission here. But like, if you make a unit that has 2 Azidahakas in it, like, nothing can beat it unless it kills the unit. Because you're gonna out-damage everybody. Hey, there's 11 pieces. Reminds you of Shining Force. I've heard that, but I've never played Shining Force before. But yeah, so the way combat... 4 hours in, I'm probably going to discuss how combat works here, because it hasn't mattered before. But the way combat works is every unit has a set number of attacks, and which attack they use is, and how many attacks they have is determined by which row they're in and their class and their equipment. So, like for example, ogres in the front row get 3 attacks. Paladins in the front row get 3 attacks. Most units get 2 attacks in the front row. And then archers get like 2 or 3 in the back, depending on how advanced their class is. And once everybody's taken all of their actions for a fight, the game calculates like which team did more damage, and then that team wins. Or, if everybody's been eliminated in one side, obviously, you know, you have a clear winner there. But yeah, so if you've got double Azidahakas, even if you don't kill everything, you're dropping everything's attack power so far that they don't deal very much damage, and you're hitting everything with the attack. So it's almost always gonna win an encounter, whether it kills anything or not. Yeah, I've thought about playing Shining Force. I might add it to my to-do list, because it's been one that I've considered for a long time. I've just got so many things I need to do. I played a little bit of Phantasy Star online at a friend's house in high school, and I have started Phantasy Star 4. I just got to the ice planet, and then I got distracted with life and haven't been back to it yet. So I beat, what is it, Zeo, I believe, was the boss right before it. But that is one that I mean to get back to. I wasn't streaming that one, though. That was just something I was doing offline. Northrex is a Phantasy Star speedrunner. Phantasy Star 4. Hey, go home. He doesn't follow you very far. The Sega Ages version on the Switch. That's probably where I'd play it if I were to. Someone never... If you can't believe I didn't finish a game, then you may be forgetting who I am, Northrex. I have massive attention span issues. That's actually why I have historically done casual first playthroughs on stream, because it forces me to finish them. Because if I don't have any accountability from people watching me play the game, I'm just gonna forget to finish it. Whether I like the game or not, like, I'll just always get distracted, and then it'll take me a while to get back. Alright, off we go to the final mission. It was just hard. I like hard games. Like, really hard, like, borderline overtuned RPGs are really enjoyable to me. I don't mind grinding a lot, and it just makes it feel like you earned the win, you know? Hey, figuring out the DQ series is a wonderful way to spend time. Yeah, Meme Man's been playing through the Dragon Quest games. He's currently on 6, just starting 6. So if you like first playthroughs of Dragon Quest 6, not too late. Get in on that. Alright, we're gonna go to another heal pack. Final mission. Here we go. Yeah, Dragon Quest 6 and 7 are very different beasts from 1 through 5, that's for sure. Like, different studio took over making them, and I will say, they are fantastic at making final bosses. Like, the final boss of DQ6 is, like, probably my favorite boss in the series. And that fight alone is why I learned the speedrun for 6. Like, the 8 hours leading up to that fight, totally worth it. Such a good fight. Don't worry, I won't go into details. You guys stop talking so I can go kill stuff. See, that stab is actually really funny because it's not actually the sword going through her. They added a sword tip coming out of the character sprite. So her sword goes in at this angle, and then the end of it comes out at like a weird angle. Instead of just having it actually transition through her model. Yeah, stab that ground. I'm sure it's not a chaos seal. Uh-oh, somebody released a goddess. Alright. So this fight gets a little bit... This mission gets a little bit interesting sometimes. Like, there's one encounter that, at the very beginning, that might catch Sheen's unit. And if it does, I might have to heal. Sometimes he just goes right on past it, though. Good movement on that. Oh yeah, this mission is absolutely brutal on a casual playthrough. Like, it's insanely difficult. Which is good. A final mission should be. Oh wow, it actually caught us. Wait, no, this is a what? We got a random encounter. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Random encounters are really rare in this game. Which is why we use Sheen instead of recruiting a Wild Hawkman in this route. I believe the world record does recruit one. Like, there's a way to manipulate a random encounter in one of the early missions so that you can get your Hawkman way earlier. And then that way, between missions like 5 and 14, you're already flying instead of waiting for Sheen. But like, if you're playing through this casually and you want to recruit like dragons and stuff, like you spend a lot of time just walking around maps looking for random encounters. And it can take a while. Like, you can walk around for 30 minutes and just not get any encounters at all. Investment of Earth. Alright. Angel fruit number 1 going down. Bum bum bum. Do-do-do-do-do-do. This guy is one of the reasons why I have the Griffin on the left side, because depending on his timing, he might get a side attack on me. Didn't get it this time. About to get another fight back home. I say fight, but really it's a massacre. These guys have no idea what they're walking into. Dawson feels no pity. Fruit again. Bum bum bum. Doodle doo 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 doo. One more trash fight, and then we get back-to-back boss fights. And then we're done. It's a lot of tentacles, which we're about to kind of see. Really more roots and vines, but it's tentacle adjacent. Celestial Hammer. Wow, that was a deep cut. Now I want to watch the Mighty Ducks. Remember the Mighty Ducks? Where the dude gets decked by the girl who's the Velvet Hammer. Man, I haven't seen that in 30 years. Why is that the first thing that pops into my head when I see a hammer? Yeah, I love watching RPG streams too. Like, there's a lot that I miss from the pre-internet era, but being able to easily network with other people that have the same passions is really nice. Like, the friendships that I've made just from playing video games with people are very valuable to me. And especially, you know, given my background, like, it's always been hard for me to find somebody to play games with. Because, like, I either knew people that didn't play video games at all, or just liked different kinds of games. Zeta was a Medusa. What? Doesn't really make a difference at this point, but hey. And Baldwin kills Mary. So she was begging so this is the goddess Danica. She was begging Danica to bring Ymel back. Because he disappeared into the underworld. Baldwin is like, no, I want the ultimate power, so give it to me. And then Danica's like, you just murdered this girl in front of me. And like now, basically all of the... I gather what's happening here is like all of the emotions and thoughts and prayers of just humanity in general are all just like flooding into her. Like, she starts gibbering with all this random stuff, and then she just freaks out and explodes. I already have the ultimate power. His name is Cuervo. He's non-alcoholic. He's just he's a buff griffin. I did forget to reorder here. Normally I put Sheen in the front so that he can attack instead of use Thunder Arrow. Does a little bit more damage, and there's an outside shot at finishing the fight in one attempt instead of going for the second one. It's not that big of a deal. It's a first run. The chances of getting the one round are pretty low to begin with. Yeah, it's just like a lot of stuff is just like cutting out. So you're just getting like fragmented thoughts, basically. Oh, he's dead. That's fine. That's why he's carrying a. There's actually a shot this might have one-rounded if he had been able to get off 2 hits. But this is exactly why we've got the Altar of Resurrection here. We just go back and win. Easy peasy. And put the controller down. Can you believe I'm about to PB this game? On my first run. Ah, interrupt command. No. Or are we gonna get the 420? Are we gonna get the 420? Come on, dialogue, go fast. I want the 420. We gotta meme this. We gotta meme this. This will be my second perfectly memed PB. Because Aliens Dark Descent, I've got the 420, 420. Can I get another 420? Come on. Dr. Holmes will be so proud. Come on, you guys have 1 minute to wrap this conversation up. We're almost there. That's it. 420 in 10 seconds.